in the tundra where the chill gives birth, rises a beacon of unmeasured worth. Yakograd stands with its banner so bold, a land of a story that's yet to be told. Oh, Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds your voice appears. The Yak our guide, strong, steady, and true. With Commissary J, the future's new. Fields of frost silver, rivers that gleam. Every heartbeat swears to the dream. From peak to valley, our pride won't fade. In the Republic, the greatest is made. Oh, Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds, your voice appears. The Yak, our guide, strong, steady, and true. With Commissary J, the future's new. Every storm we weather, we stand refined. EJ, commanding both heart and mind. The Yak shall graze where the heavens bow. To Yakograd we make this vow.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds your voice appears. The Yak our guide, strong, steady, and true. With Commissary J, the future's new.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? 1940s EJ here. We're just, you know, all in black and white here today. No, the contrast isn't down. I just have a bunch of lights off. It is, so it is quite hot in here. Yeah. Yeah, it's, this is dark mode. Yeah, we're in dark. This is dark mode. I just have my front lights off because it is notoriously hot. It will very, very quickly get very warm in here very fast. The garage is also like unbearable right now. It's pretty bad. But yeah, we're here. I mean, I could flip the lights on too. Just I'm all right. Leave the doors open. Dude, I gotta get a heat pump out here. I know an HVAC guy. My brother-in-law's an HVAC guy, so we don't need. I just need to go and get one. Like it is a furnace in there. The wall AC's gone kaput. It can't keep up with the amount of heat being introduced into the building. I'm in a metal structure, an insulated metal structure. You know what an insulated metal structure is with no HVAC? That's called a furnace. It's called a furnace, dog. No, it is toasty in here. We need some mini split action. Like, I don't need it to be like ice cold in here. I just need it to not be sauna levels. Like, if we're in my summer car, dude, we're up here somewhere. No, it's it is
this is space.
Love
I
it.
need space.
5 subs. Thanks, man. It is very hot in here. I have AC in this office, right? But all the lights, the computer, when it's in overdrive, like playing Kerbal or Workers or something, it gets really hot in here. Not that I'm complaining. It's just, yeah. If I look like like I'm in a sauna in about like 3 hours, then you know what happened. Man up, don't need no AC. Oh yeah? Okay. A heat pump would be power efficient, would take care of that room. Holy Garage is a different story. Yeah. No, we could make it work. We could get a good heat pump. I'll just buy it secondhand.
Discovery, go
Or
at
make
throttle up.
one. Whatever. Like I said, my brother-in-law's an HVAC dude. He's very good at like industrial HVAC, like keeps hangars cool HVAC. Pretty cool, pretty good stuff. How hot is it getting around my neck of the woods? Let me check. It's warm. Not that I'm complaining. I like the summer. Give it a moment to load up. No, actually, it's only 85 today. That's not too bad. 85 is give me 1 sec. I can convert for everybody else. Like 28C. That's not bad. It's gonna get over 30. It's gonna get over 30C this week, like multiple times. So that's up into the 90s in Fahrenheit. What is this?
The Eagle has landed.
I feel the need to announce that I just lost the game. Also, keep cool.
Why would you do that? Why? Turning the lights off. Deal with this crap. Don't worry, it'll get hotter soon. It's been 96 to 100 the last few days here. Nice. Very good. Because it's funny. Okay. If you're right, and Caden 85 is too warm. Dude, I saw a post on X that was actually very enlightening. English people whine about how hot it is. Oh, it's too hot. It's so hot. Dude, they don't have AC over there. That's like not a thing. No building, no nothing. Like it is just hot and you can't escape it. Like nothing has AC over there. That's probably why they whine about the heat so much. Yeah, I didn't come to this conclusion. I saw someone post it on the internet, so it must be true. There's just not AC. Like their buildings don't have that. They don't do that. Like over here, in some parts of the country, air conditioning is building code. Like in Florida, you can't not put AC in a building. AC costs money. Okay. Yeah, but if you had a house that had no air conditioning, you're not escaping the heat. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Yeah, all right, I get it. I understand why you lot whine about it so much. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, electricity costs too. You should go solar. You should go solar and offset it, mate. We installed air conditioning this year. You live in the Netherlands. UK's on the same level as Canada, but in a different climate. No, I get you. Like, I mean, I'm just thinking about that. Like, if it's 85 Fahrenheit or anywhere approaching 30C with no air conditioner at all, yeah, of course you're gonna have problems. I was thinking, Yum Food, you like your Tesla solar system. I was thinking, solar system. I see what you did there. I was thinking, put solar on the garage. I was thinking that probably is a good idea. I cut down a couple of trees in the spring, or that thing that we called spring, where it went immediately from winter to not. And now the garage is getting full heat, as you can see. If you're wondering why I'm black and white, the lights are off. On one hand, requiring AC seems silly, but the required heating system is standard. Also, you are not required to run the air conditioner. It's building code in Florida. In Florida, it gets you if you don't have AC, you will die. Like that would be like building a shack in like Finland with no insulation and being like, yeah, you'll be fine. It's just cold. Like, no, you will die. You will die if you're not careful. Yeah, Florida has to have it. Yeah, if you don't, like, Source, I live there. Without air conditioning, you will suffer.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Again, Fluffy? What did I do? If the technology exists, why ignore it? I think energy is not as plentiful from what everybody's saying in the UK as it is in the US. X-Wing. Electricity is like 3 times the cost over here, and we don't get discounts for renewable energy in the area. Discounts for renewable energy? Just, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but if you buy solar panels, then you don't have to worry about someone saying you get a discount on it. You just get a discount on it, homie. NSF Hawaiian shirts for all Floridians.
Go and throttle up.
Yes. Mini split quarter panel fund. Oh, I can fund it, guys. Fluffy, like, dude, you guys, you guys have been very good to me over the past couple of months. Yeah, you've been very good to me. Let's leave it at that. Sidewinder, tier 1, 3 months in advance, 17-month resub. See what I mean? You're too good to me. Anyway. Workers, we're going back to Yakograd. Let's do it. We have some planning to do. We have to plan out new parts of the city. So let's jump in.
Go and throttle up.
Le Swamper, 10-month resub. Solar panels require planning permissions, and most buildings are old enough that they're listed. Really? So Jeremy isn't taking the piss when he says it's impossible to get anything done, huh? Lights off to reduce heat. That's right. So you decided to hold off on the DLC. That's correct. Yeah. Will we see Yakograd in the 30s, 40s, 50s? Unlikely, dude. Unlikely. That's really loud. Should probably turn that down. Mini split install stream when? I don't know, sometime. You Dutch made your homes to hold the heat, thinking that cold winters are a thing to worry about, but as of late, not so much. Now all our older, even monumental buildings would need to get retrofitted. That's how it basically is in the Northeast up here, Animal. Yeah. They made the 1930s start even more difficult. Instead of 1.4 mil, you start with 580K. All right. Well, enjoy your hell then, Tessa, I guess. You can always come here. You can go buy an air conditioner from Walmart, dude. Just saying. Oh, sneaky. Solar has weird rules here. And more crooks than fitters. Yep, that sucks. Actually, speaking of power plants, we should probably get Yakograds going here. I already have the plan for it, but yeah. Does the UK get enough sun for solar? Clearly they got enough sun right now. Heck, man, you can go to like any hardware store and get a fold-out solar panel, dudes. And it doesn't generate much, but you go buy a bunch of those. Minimum takes a huge cut from solar installs, makes the return on investment 25 years. I'll just go buy some solar panels wholesale and hook them up myself. Thank you. Off the grid, so you don't have to worry about it. All right, so it's been a while since we jumped into Yakograd, huh? How much of this did we get done? Let me kind of just reacquaint myself. It's been a little bit. You like your better, cheaper food, healthcare, and the ability to roast Americans. It sounds like you're the one that's getting roasted right now, Tessa, but I'm just sitting here comfortably in my air conditioner. Just putting it out there, man. Still no loans? I did take one bridge loan real quick, Violent, so we could fix some things. But yeah, we're debt free. I mean, you walked into that one, pal. You walked into that one, dude. I think we took the loan out to get food processing up and running. So, let's see. What else did we get finished here? So, I am behind from my original plans. Yeah, Harbor Freight has solar panels. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm thinking maybe just buy a couple of those, lean them up against the side of the building, and call it a day. Let's see now. So, clothing is up and running. It's 1970. What I wanted to do was start building out this part over here. We need to build a highway, and then we need to start building out over here in Proverbium. You were told to not talk about Yakograd, that it had been relocated. Relocated to where? Oh, it's good. I didn't get as far as I wanted, dudes. We did start to get trains up and running, which is good, but I had to stop because when I misjudged the amount of capital needed to get the food and alcohol plant, like, up and running. But that's why I ended up having to take a bridge loan. But we made 167 G's in profit last month in March of 1970, which is great. Great. That's real good. We're not on our own electricity yet, but we're close. I have the grid set up for the power plant. We do have our heating plant up and running. That's good. My main construction depot for heavy industrial construction is over here. That is way far behind. I wanted to get this done by like 1965. Hey, unknown unknowns happen. The city construction area is working very well. Over here, we still have oil export. That's working really good. We are still bringing in steel, and that's kind of what's killing me right now. Ready for the Glen this Friday? Sure. I was building a fire station here. We got a secret police station next to the regular police station. And then we did get all these buildings all figured out, which is good. We have plenty of room for expansion at this point. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like we're making pretty decent progress on that part of the city. That's really good. How's like hyper launch? I slept through it, man. I slept right through my alarm. I kind of been in a little bit of a funk not waking up early because of my back all last week. But I'm good. Some of you guys actually asked me about that. No back pain. I hung upside down a lot last week. And dudes, I don't know if I realigned something or something. I've had zero. Not even like sore. Zero back pain throughout the entire weekend. I don't know what I did. I'm kind of worried that I may have broken something because I can move. I can move just fine. I'm not in any pain. No back pain, no nothing. Not even the dull thumping pain that's usually there. It's gone. Like completely gone. Did I grow taller? I don't know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Sufrin, 16-month resub. Yeah, dude, I don't know what I did. I just hung on the inversion table for a long time. I ended up getting seasick from doing it too much because I guess hanging upside down when you're old makes you sick. That never used to be a thing with me, but now it is, I guess. Then why do you complain? No pain is good, right? So, Violent, going from extreme pain, not being able to walk, to having full mobility that I did when I was like 22 in a weekend because you hung upside down means one of two things. It means you either broke something and you have severe nerve damage and your back still hurt, right? Your back still hurt, but you just don't feel it because you broke something. Or I hung upside down so much that I knocked everything into alignment and had enough, like hung upside down enough to, like, this really isn't how this works, but like build up the cartilage, I guess. I'm not a medical guy, dude. I don't know. It either means I fixed it or it's severely broken. It's one or the other. That's why I'm like, That's what I've been doing, Tessa. Yeah, no pain either means I severely screwed something up hanging upside down, or I fixed everything. With back pain, you don't... Come on. Fixing things is not usually what happens. Did you watch the IMSA race? I didn't get to watch any racing this weekend, dude. Realigned or complete loss of signal. Exactly, Andrew. It's one or the other, dude. Like, there's no in between here. That scene where Robot cracks Mr. Incredible's back, yeah. Yeah, Storm, there was a lot of stuff. The Nürburgring was going. There was the Glen race. Indy at Road America, which is pretty cool. NASCAR at Pocono. There's a lot of good stuff, man. Yeah, I will. Kenny, eventually, yeah. Pikes Peak got cut very short due to dangerous winds. But yeah, everything seems okay back there. Like, I can move around just fine. I don't know. I either really broke something or I fixed it. I'm really coming down in favor that I really broke something, but whatever. I think that's what happened, Tessa. I think whatever, like the disc that was like out must have realigned and locked back into position, because I hung upside down for a good while. Oh wait, we don't want to unpause. I almost did that by habit. All right. So, really, industry? Yeah, that stinks. What should we design today? I'm thinking. The train is doing its thing. We did get our tracks all built, which is pretty good. I didn't have a chance to get the bus routes up for the food plant and everything though. But once we grow into it, we will move the buses over there. We should start paving this road, or I mean, we paved over there. That works too. Another thing that we could do is design the expansion for the city. Glory to a strike. Wait, wrong republic. Yeah, no, that's different. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think back to what we were doing. Construction material. I wanted a big construction mats area over here, but would you place your mines and resources on the NATO side before placing the transport placing the transportation layout. Yeah, that might be a good idea. I think what I wanted to do is design over here. Now, we have bulldozers right there. Let's... Oh, man. I gotta relearn the controls. I haven't played in a little while. Alright, so we can basically terraform up to about a mile. Right. I'm thinking... Instead of construction zone, maybe vehicle. You got
Go at throttle.
train lines, so easy export. I'm not even at that point, dude. I wanted to make a gigantic aggregate area here for coal and gravel. I do have construction mats, a small construction materials area over here. We unpause for a second. We have gravel being made. I have asphalt being made. We have concrete being made. So we do got a pretty good little depot up and running there. Big things that we need is kind of steel. And yeah, big thing that we need is steel and prefabs. That'll allow us to expand pretty good. Coal is over here. We have a huge coal deposit right there, and that's the coal aggregate area, the scalable coal aggregate area that we worked on. That's what I want this construction depot up and running to do. I want it to just build out the entire coal infrastructure here. That was the whole point. Hey, Bubba. Hey, Foss. All right. Well, let's go over here. See how far we can build that highway. I purposely built the highway kind of over here because I know there's the iron deposit right there. So let's get in here, meet the bulldozers. And let's create a flat profile here. Hey, Kelly, what's going on? Don't forget the rail crossing your highway. Yeah. Well, that's not going to happen till up here somewhere. Yeah, we really can't go beyond here with the bulldozers. Because the bulldozers are back there at the border. Are you doing a space news later this afternoon? Oh yeah, we got plenty of stuff to chit chat about, like the Kuiper launch this morning that I slept through. Random bit of small news. Apparently after years, they are finally upping the speed of most of 465 around Indy from 55 to 65. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. People were already going that speed anyway, Sneaky. Well, for this part of the road that we are working on, I don't think we need a crisscross or anything. Either that or we could make the tracks go across right here and then go inside of this, but then we need the tracks to go to the iron mine over here. Problem is, we got an iron deposit over here, and there needs to be an iron mine right there, but there also needs to be a highway and train tracks, right? But on top of that, we also need a bridge. We need something like this interchange, but obviously not this side of the interchange. We don't need that. It's just going to be a 3 exit. Or, let me think. What is our height right here? Height is 50. What about here? It's the same height. Ugh. We might need another city over here, Violent, for the iron mine, yeah. Or we could put the city right here. Might as well plan for steel. Yeah, the coal... There's a reason why I put the train tracks here, so we could have coal come down here. And then I'm thinking we'll build another city over here. We'll build one over here, and then the iron mine goes that way. What we could do is just have the tracks go this way and then build a turnaround down here to get over there, but... This road needs to connect to that road, but it can't be a level junction. It needs to be that. Now, also, the train tracks need to connect to those tracks, but we have the train tracks are, I think they're 10 feet lower. I think I'd graded all train tracks at 40 off the deck. Yeah, 3983. That's at 50. So the train tracks are either going to need to go down or the highway is going to need to go up. Problem is, if I just draw a Y, right? If we just did the train tracks right here and had a Y junction right here, and then we connected that road in there with an interchange, it might... We might have some grading problems here. Tunnel under the highway. Nah. Tunnels are expensive and a waste of time. I'm only going to use them unless I absolutely need them. It's easier to build a bridge, which is true in real life. Hey, CosmoQuest, what's up? Thank you for the raid. I'm teaching people about civil engineering in here today. And grading. And trains. How you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. CosmoQuest is a fellow STEM educator channel here on Twitch. Cosmo does good work. I want to get this on my Steam Deck, but it seems so much more in-depth than Cities. It doesn't have to be more in-depth than Cities. You can set the difficulty. I like playing on the highest difficulty, which makes it way more in-depth than Cities, yes. We make red pants. That's right, Flip. We make red pants and we make red shirts. Shirt. You have to say shirt. We make red shirt and red pants and red coat. Wait, no. No, not that. So I'm just trying to design this out in my head right now. What we could do is we could do a trumpet interchange. Ah, my head! Head! Niet! We could do a trumpet right here and have the interchange take up space here and here. If we do a trumpet style interchange there, that should give us the room to do a Y for the trains over here, because the trumpet can go that way. Now, if you guys don't know what a trumpet interchange is, paint. All right, so say this is our main highway, right? Over here is the road that's coming this way, and over here is the train tracks, and here is the river. Right? What we can do is have this go like that go like that, and then have another lane split off and go like this, and then have another lane split off and go that way. That puts the majority of the interchange over here, right? So over here, there we go, come on. So over here, when we get down to this point, we only really have to deal with one exit ramp right there. So the train tracks, which go out here like this, if we make the ramp join up right before the bridge that we put right here for the train tracks, we can have the tracks go like this. We can put in a Y, and then over here, we have the junction for the iron mine, which is right here. I like this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it. Let's do it. I think in order to do this, though, we're going to have a little bit of problems. We can't put exit ramps in the air. You can't have an elevated exit ramp in this game. I don't know why. They just don't want you to do that. So that means we have to make room for the ramps over here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to flatten this whole area first. Let's grade it out. I think so, Sneaky. So, a lot of road surfaces are made with what's called a profile curve. That's what this is. The profile curve is to measure the topography, to make sure that you have a nice smooth grade. In real life, they do a lot of math, or well, computers nowadays, to get this information. But you, ideally, with highways, with high throughput roads, you don't want them going up and down. You don't want them going up a hill. You don't want them turning. Why? With high throughput roads, all that does is slow stuff down. Traffic in cities can be attributed somewhat to hydraulic fluid principles. So hydraulic fluid dynamics. Whenever you have a curve in a water pipe or something, it's going to slow the water down. Why? Because the water has to go around a corner. You can get the water to go faster the straighter your pipe is. Simultaneously, you don't want your water going too fast either. Because if the water goes too fast, when you eventually do come to a curve, the water will want to go straight and it won't want to curve. So you have to find the balance when you make highways. You don't want a tight corner. You don't want, in the case of, I mean, this isn't so much in the case of pipes because of Archimedes' principle, but you don't want to go up hills either. Grade does screw with vehicles in workers, i.e. if you have a truck that's carrying a full load of steel, right? And you have an empty truck right next to it, and you both send them up a hill, in workers, the truck with the full load is going to go slower. That could screw with your logistics. You do not want that, right? This is the reason why when I made the original Yakograd, when we did the original plans in 1960, I gave myself a lot of room. We gave ourselves a lot of room, and that if the highway does need to curve, it curves it's very shallow. It's a very shallow curve. And it's also super flat. My highway's intentionally up off the ground. Now, a couple of reasons why. Once again, I told you, no sharp corners. Sharp corners slows down traffic. No hills. Hills slows down traffic, and you can get a traffic jam from that. Now, the third one is in real life. This doesn't necessarily apply to workers, but in real life, raising your highway off of like ground soil actually helps reduce noise pollution. And then if you put trees alongside the highway in real life, not in workers, in real life it actually helps with draining the water off of the highway too, because the tree roots that are around the highway sap up all the water. Now, that isn't to say you should just put trees all the way up next to your highway. Highways need a little bit of runoff, so in case somebody's going down the road and loses control, they don't park themselves up a tree. So you got to find, it's all about the balance in real life. Now, I tried to engineer this as realistic as possible. And that's why we have a Soviet-style city here that's kind of mixed Western, mixed Soviet style here. Can I ask what replacement conditions you use for auto vehicle replacement? I forget, Blinky. I haven't played in like 3 weeks. This is gonna sound dumb. Where do I find that information? I think it's in here somewhere. I'm gonna sound super dumb because I just said a bunch of things that sounds like I know what I'm talking about. And I do. I know about grading and I know about roads. I don't know where that info is, man. I know it's in here somewhere. Fifth button on the bottom is what you're looking for. Under construction, assign tool. That's what I'm doing right there. I think it's default, dude. I don't think I really touch it. When I build out my construction depots, man, I build a repair depot right into it. So my vehicles stay in tip-top. I know that's going to cost money because you have to import all these components here. But also at the same time, I really don't have to worry about replacing vehicles. I keep them well maintained. If you keep them well maintained, they last a lot longer, I found. But then again, Blinky, I want to be very clear. I have not screwed around with the auto vehicle replacement stuff in a long time. In fact, ever. I think I've messed with it once in my like 1,000 hours in workers. Because I find that this does work. You keep your vehicles in good condition, they'll last a lot longer. Or that could just be perceived. I'm not gonna rule that one out either. Thanks. Defaults 85 and 15, just struggling with vehicle repair. Dude, do it this way. So look. See how my construction and road depots, even technical depot to an extent, is surrounding the repair facility, right? See that? That keeps your vehicles in tip-top. It does cost you money because you need to bring plastic, mechanical, electrical, electronics, steel, and a bunch of other accoutrements in, right? So it's going to cost you some import, but that keeps these things nice and repaired. But also, okay, so like check this out, dude. When if I place down a repair station, so take a look. See the dots? There's an AOE, area of effect, on the repair station. See the dot right there? So anything that you place that's within the dots, right? Like here, if I bring it into position, right? If we brought it into position over here, see how it's highlighting certain things when I bring it near? It's highlighting that distribution office. The repair depot will area of effect repair stuff, i.e. you don't need to drive a repair vehicle to this place and start repairing vehicles. The game abstracts it, like the mechanics will just walk over here and fix it, and then they'll walk back. That makes it so you repair stuff very, very, very quickly. It's a very good way to do things, I've found. JPL engineer John R. Cassini has died. There's 2 S's in his name, Cooper. But that sucks. So, if you keep your fleets in tip-top shape, they last a lot longer. And you wouldn't have to worry about replacement. That's the reason why I've never screwed with it. I've never bothered. I just keep my vehicles repaired. I'm kind of a truck nerd in real life. Like, I don't know what gave it away. I like automobiles, and I know preventative maintenance is the best way to make a vehicle last the longest. So that's where I came up with this idea. I think somebody in chat may have recommended it to me, though. Vehicle still has a service life to a point. Yeah, exactly. Eventually, the vehicle will just break all the time once it gets like 20, 30 years old. But yeah, I've never completed a Republic to that extent where I've had to start really replacing things. But anyway, let's get back over here. Let's get our profile curve back up. And once again, see my profile? I'm keeping this thing super flat. Super duper flat. And I always make my major throughputs 7, I make it 7 roads wide. And I know people are looking at me funny, like, why do you need that? Well, the truth is you don't. You're not going to need that for a long time. Unless you know, really build out somewhere really, really hard. But to be honest with you, dudes, highways are made this way. All kinds of highways. Like, if we go into Google Earth, right? You go into Earth, right? You look at any highway. It really doesn't matter the country. Any country that has highways. They always build the roads spread. They build them wider than they need to. I can give you an example. I live in Cape Cod, over here in Massachusetts, the very northeast part of the United States. Like, almost into Canada, right? And there's this major road that services Cape Cod called Route 3. You can see it right there. Now, Route 3, despite them not widening the damn road, right? Look, they left a throughput when they originally engineered this road in the late 50s. They left a gigantic throughput in the center so they could expand inward if they need to. Also, the bridges, the way the abutments on the bridges are made, allow for a 3-lane wide road. See, the abutment is inset from the highway, but over here it's right up next to the breakdown lane. But see how that abutment is wide on purpose? So you could put more throughput in there. They don't, because they're idiots. But that's how most highways are engineered. You have a throughput. That also makes it so, I mean, in real life, you have to worry about bridge construction, wear and tear. This also makes it so if you need to repair a bridge, you can make a temporary bridge in the center. Now, once again, not every single road in the United States is like this, but back in the day, they had to replace these bridges, so they made a temporary road through, and then they never used it again. They actually widened the road, and then they're just like, nah, we don't need that. Yeah, butt mints. So, if you go, the funny thing is that if you go further up Route 3, you start going into the city, the road eventually does expand, right? It moves up, it's 3 lanes over there, and then it becomes 3 lanes right here at the on-ramp. See? And you could see that they expanded it around the abutments already. This was not always a 6-lane road. This was a 2-lane road, and they just expanded, and they put they put a divider right into the abutment. It happened. They did this 3 times. When this road was originally made, it wasn't 6 lanes. It was 2, like what you saw down the road. But they widened it, and they got rid of the center throughput. Most roads are engineered like that. Now, am I saying that that is something that you absolutely need to do in workers? No. But you got plenty of space. You got plenty of space. I don't know, man. I don't know what high throughput traffic looks like in this game. So I did the exact same thing. I just made the road wide. Now I know what people are going to say. If you had a question, you're wondering like, well, EJ, you said 7 wide. That's 5 wide. I make a shoulder. I put a flat shoulder on the side. The highway throughput is 7 wide, but the highway itself is 5. Once again, extra space in case you need to run a telephone line or a power line or something, or you need a bridge, an on-ramp or something made. Just leave that extra space. You have the space, use it. But that doesn't mean that over in the city that I didn't spread everything out. I mean, we're not car-centric here. This could be car-centric someday. I left lots of space for parking lots here in case I wanted to do that. I don't think we need to, but maybe. And I also built for high throughput through most of these interchanges on purpose. Because, once again, why wouldn't you? The expectation here is that your republic is going to expand. That's the whole point. Your republic is going to expand, and you're going to become self-sufficient, right? So, if you're going to build the dang interchange, build it for high throughput. Why wouldn't you? You had a holding point with a lead sled? No, Farm. With the coronet? No. I just decided to play games today. That's all. It is a little bit hot, but it's going to be hot every day this week, so screw it. I just didn't really get a lot of work done on it, man, because of my back. I broke my back. Spinal. But I'm going to probably go out and work on it probably tomorrow, and then we got to do the summer car special on Wednesday. How's your back? Did you see the chiropractor? No, I didn't, Dons. I hung upside down on my inversion table for a long time. Browsing your phone upside down is definitely a vibe. Definitely got motion sickness from that. I'm ashamed to admit that. Never used to get motion sickness from hanging upside down. But, yeah. Just as a trial, I tried it again a little bit later without being on my phone. Still got sick. Still got motion sickness. But, honestly, dude, I think I knocked something into alignment or something. My back pain is gone. Gone. Like, gone. It's gone. I think when I was moving around on the inversion table, I think I knocked something back into position. Either that or I pinched a nerve and killed it, and my back is destroyed and it just doesn't hurt anymore. Road temp when my crew got done for the day was 120. Like, it adds 10 years to your life. Some say this is why EJ cannot be killed by conventional weapons. No, I haven't unlocked the Batman armor yet. How do people function like that? Just drink plenty of water. Mandatory hydration, Twisted, is how you beat the heat. You'll just sweat it all out. What you don't want to do is, if you're out working on a hot day, what you don't want to do is wait until you start feeling dehydrated, because that means you're already screwed. Stop working immediately or else you're going to get a heat stroke. Can confirm. When I went to Pima, when I did the Pima streams, guys, your boy kind of stayed outside for like 8 hours and had 1 bottle of water. I had the worst heat stroke that night I've ever had, ever. Period, full stop. But we got to see a lot of planes, which is pretty cool. Yeah, sunscreen. Coat it. Yeah, you don't want to get melanoma. That's not fun. Melanoma runs in my family hereditarily, so that's good. So I gotta be careful. Like, yeah, I gotta be very careful. What is this game? I only watch your spaceflight videos. Oh, Lost in Block Workers and Resources isn't a game for everybody. But what this game is a city building game. But it's a communist city builder game. Not that I advocate that system of government or anything like that. Workers is a game where you have the most granular control of any city builder I've ever played. Now, to be 100% honest with you, if you ever played SimCity or anything, you do have absolute control over your city. You don't need to, like, if you want to destroy, like, a train station or something in SimCity, you can just do that. You just destroy it. You don't need to consult the planning bureau or whatever. This game plays like any other city builder. It's just more complicated. It's very granular. You have to control everything. This plays into the centralization, the inherent centralization of every city builder. Yeah, so like, you know, in SimCity, you're basically, even if you're running a capitalistic society, you're basically a dictator, right? And remember, don't dick with the wrong dictator, okay? So, Workers just kind of plays into that. But, dude, honestly, this Soviet Republic city builder is one of the most capitalistic city builders I've ever played. You have, like, dynamic markets in the game. You have inflation. You have currencies. You have to, there's international markets that you have to trade with. The international markets, you can flood them and you can deflate the unit cost of different resources and stuff. You can do arbitrage, which is something you can't do with any other city builder as far as I can tell. Once again, you can really get into some crazy economic theory in this game, which is pretty fun. What I like about it is the road building. The road building is really good, and the infrastructure building is the most realistic I've ever seen out of any city builder ever. You want to build a road? You don't just plop down a damn road. That's not how this works. You know, in cities too, right? you could just place a road and it'll grade it for you. It'll make it so it's not like completely crazy. With this, you want to build a road, you want to build a road that's useful. You got to grade everything. You got to grade it out. You got to flatten it, or else your trucks are going to be bouncing around on a dirt road all day or a bumpy road all day, and they won't go as fast, right? All that plays into it, dude. Trucks go up hills in this game, they slow down. Trucks go around a corner, they slow down. It's really, 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 really fun to play. Same with trains. Same with, I was about to say airplanes, but that's not necessarily the case here. But even if I wanted to build this road right now, dude, I want to build it and I want to pave it. Okay. All right. You need a bulldozer. All right. Why do you need a bulldozer? Well, you need a bulldozer to spread your aggregate down, right? I graded my road. I need a bulldozer to spread aggregate down. And then I need a paver. The paver needs asphalt. Where's the asphalt coming from? You need an asphalt plant. Or you need to bring it in from overseas, or from outside your borders, right? So once you get the asphalt, now you need a roller. Where are you getting that? You got to buy it. You got to buy everything. You want to build roads? You need all the things that you need to make roads. You need graders, you need pavers, you need rollers, you need dump trucks, you need people to work on the road. No other city builder does that. And that's why I really, 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 really enjoy this game, because once again, no city builder does that. No city builder has a profile curve where you can see how flat the road is that you just made. See that dotted line? That dotted line is measuring topography. Check this out. If I pull it a little further, see, it's measuring the topography of the terrain. You try to make a road on this, you're gonna have a bad day. It's gonna be bumpy. It's gonna be a bumpy mess. The infrastructure building in this game is unmatched. It's the best best city builder I've ever played. So, despite the Sovietness of it, this is an insanely good city builder. If this was just, you know, former Eastern Bloc, Republic builder game, it would be amazing. Like, this game's awesome. It's one of the best city builders I've ever played. And what I do is I use it to teach people about how highways are made, how train tracks are made, why you have an electrical substation near your house, for instance. How sewage works. You have to pitch drainage in this game. If you have a sewer, right, and it goes down underground and then it pops back up, the game won't let you, it won't work. Because all your sewage is just going to pool in the low point. You have to pitch drainage. You don't pitch drainage, your sewage doesn't work. You put water down, it's not just about getting water, right? It's not just about getting water and pumping it around. You have to engineer out all the piping systems for it. If you don't engineer out the piping systems correctly, you're not going to get the right throughputs. You have different pipe diameters to use. Simultaneously, pumping the water out of the ground isn't enough. You need a pumping station, and then you need a treatment plant to make sure that you're giving people clean water. And then you got to store it. You got to store it in a water tower as a fluid buffer, because demand for water in this game is dynamic. It goes up and down. You know, like water demands are going to be, your water demand's going to go up at night when everybody's home using the shower or, you know, making dinner or whatever. So water demand goes up and down. So you need fluid buffers in line to take that into account. It's awesome, dude. This game's amazing. You need to build out substations and transformers. You have to deal with high voltage, medium voltage, and low voltage currents. And if you don't step the transformers right, it won't work. You'll get rolling blackouts. I heard you don't need road graders to build roads. Don't do that, Luca. Don't start with me. I might get annoyed. Here's an evil one for you. 3 1993 cars are going into the crusher. An Alfa 155 V6, Delta Integrale, and a Maserati Biturbo 331. All excellent cars with racing pedigree. Which one do you save? Delta. Lancia. This is SimCity on steroids, dude. Yeah, so, yeah, Lost. This is another game that I play. What I do is I use it to teach people about roads and grading and stuff. Also, it's just a hard game to play. I like playing difficult games. I chose my content creation career as a, you know, to teach people about rocket science. I like difficult tasks, you know. So, covering the space program and explaining rocket science is not an easy thing to do. So I like playing difficult games. This is probably the most hardcore city builder around. And, you know, I do like civil engineering as much as I love aerospace engineering. Well, nah, aerospace takes the cake, but not by much. I like deltas. Tessa. Does it have a creative mode? Yeah, the cool thing about workers, guys, is that yeah, it has a creative mode. You can adjust your difficulty sliders. Whenever you start a game, you have your difficulty sliders. You can set them. You can either make it very realistic. That's the hardest difficulty. It's called realistic mode. Or you could play it like SimCity. You can make it easy, where you could just place down a road and it just gets made. You can play it either way if you really want to. Yeah, see? Yeah, there's tons of difficulty settings. I play on the highest difficulty, but you don't have to. This game can be played out like SimCity if you really want to. I don't like building it that way. Because one thing that I never really liked about SimCity at all, or City Skylines, even though I love cities, and I love City Skylines 1 and 2, I have probably 500 hours in Cities 2. I refuse to play that game because I don't really like it anymore. But I don't know, guys. What do you think? We got 4,000 or 5,000 hours in City Skylines 1. What I never really liked is that you could just place the road down and that's it. Place the road, you're good. It's already getting toasty in here. Workers ruin cities for you. I know what you mean. But yeah, I find the best way to play this game is to plan something out and then unpause the game and build it. You know? If you don't have a blueprint in this game, you're going to make a mistake. You're going to forget something. And if you forget something, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Like, if you don't plan out the right amount of water for your city. You don't plan out the right amount of water, people run out of water, they die. And or leave. Dude, my city right now, the city that you see on the screen is 3,100 people. If I lost 1,000 of those people, my republic would collapse. If we were at 2152, we lost 1,000 people, this whole thing would collapse. Because then people aren't showing up for work. People don't show up to the water treatment plant. People don't show up to the clothing plant to make t-shirts so we can sell them and then import our food. Because I don't have my farm set up just yet. Yeah. A simple mistake can have drastic repercussions in this game. That's why I like it. Because this game ultimately shows how easy it is for a civilization to collapse. And how this infrastructure that we depend on, the highway that you use every day, or the train that you use every day, or the electricity that you use every day, it wouldn't take much for that all to just be gone. And it's important to maintain it. It's important to have it. Like, our whole lives depend on a road, or a train, or electricity, or a water pump. I think that's important. It's important to show. And it's important to understand that. Your city ground to a halt because one dump truck broke down. There you go. Yeah, I'm in a temperate climate here, so in the wintertime, it gets cold and it snows. If you don't have snowplows to clean off your roads, well, hope everybody likes working from home, but it's 1970, you can't do that in this, right? That doesn't work that way. So you got to get snowplows out. You got to get snowplows to plow the roads. No, you have to buy them. You have to build the yard for them. Garbage trucks, same way. Where are you taking the trash? Where's the trash going? Where's your waste going? You have to think about all that when you play this on the highest difficulty. That's why I love it. It's really, really tough to play it right. I've been playing this game for about a year now. This is the first Republic that I've gotten anywhere near afloat by 1970. The last Republic that I did basically got positive by 1980. No, roads do not have wear and tear. Buildings do, though. Buildings need to be renovated. They need to be maintained. They need to constantly be rebuilt. Hope you have the resources allocated for that. Buildings catch on fire. You need fire departments. You need police departments for crime. You need crappy Soviet propaganda monuments all over the place to keep people in line. Ugh. Yeah, earthquakes happen. Yeah. All kinds of good stuff. Ugh. So what I'm doing over here is we're going to build out our new interchange. I need to poop. 60-month resub. Dude, you got your worm logo. Right on, man. Ah, yeah. 5 years and a new badge. Thanks, man. Thanks for being with me all this time. I have enjoyed your company. I need to poop. Yeah, see, we can't terraform there because we don't have any bulldozers in range. Make this area nice and flat. So the reason why I did this is because I want to build some kind of trumpet interchange here, but now I'm thinking, how are we going to do that? EJ question, is there a difference for you between a prime sub and a normal basic sub? Which do you prefer? Normal basic subs I get a bigger cut of, Martin. Yeah, I make more money if you subscribe to the channel without using prime. With that being said, subs are earned, not expected. So it's not up to me, dude. It's whatever you're comfortable with. I once spent 30 minutes figuring out why I couldn't terraform or flatten land. Found all my vehicles in use. Yep. That happens. Longbow converted Prime to a tier 1. Dude, that helps me a lot. Thank you very much. Now, I will be very clear. Prime subs you have to manually resubscribe every month. That tier 1 sub, fellas, is recurring. Okay? So that's a recurring payment. It'll automatically take money every month. You don't need to manually renew it. So there is a catch to that. But I'd prefer to be upfront with people about that, you know? Prime subs manually get renewed, but I make more money off tier 1
Discovery,
stuff.
go and throttle up.
Blue Dude, tier 1 6 months in advance, okay? I guess you guys got the memo then. Alright, cool. Good to know. Alright, so how are we gonna do this? We could build a raised interchange like this over the highway. Best customer is an informed customer. That's correct. Wouldn't the trumpet be on the other side, or do you want to go up and over? Oh. I gotta draw it. Give me 1 second. So we have a road coming in this way. That one goes this way, that one goes that way. We have our main highway right here. That one goes this way, this one goes that way. Alright, so now we need to connect them. How do we do that? So this one is very easy. There you go. That one goes like that. And then we could have... Where does this one need to go? Oh yeah, the trumpet. No, that's not right. So this one needs to go over here, and it needs to go like that. And then we need... Yeah, we need another one that goes this way. Yeah, we can't... Could we trumpet in the other direction? I don't think so. So if we did, it would look like this. Yeah, that'd work. We can. Yeah, hanging out is fine, Blinky. Once again, subs are not expected. In this channel, subscriptions are earned. I'm not asking for your money. I'm earning it. That's been my rule for 10 years. And it's not changing. I earn money. I don't ask for it. So you pay me what you think I'm worth. And that's really the best way to do this, because not everybody can get like 6,000-7,000 viewers and just make tons of money. This is just a job for me, dude. It's just another job. It doesn't pay. I'm not making millions of dollars here, you know. This is just work. It's just another job, just with normal pay. You know, I don't operate a 5-star restaurant. I operate the pizza store in your local town, you know, which is funny because I delivered pizzas before I streamed. I am once again not asking for your financial support. I've been lurking for quite a while. You've done more, and you've more than earned it. Thanks, man. With that being said, I ask people not to pay me, and they pay me anyway. So, I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. Ludicrious, whatever. That's fine. You look out for you first, man. So, here's my thing. In order to do this, in order to make this trumpet work, we're gonna need... We're gonna need a road that goes like that, right? And then we need another road that comes in here like this and does something like that, right? And then we're gonna need another road that goes this way over here, does the loop around, and does that. And then we need... No, that's not lined up. This one would not be like that. That one would be different. Get rid of that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This one would be the inside road. And then you need another road over here. Like this. It goes around like that. Nope. Hey, get back here. It goes in like that. Now, here's the thing. We can't, hey Phil, 37-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Now here's the thing. We elevate, so the single lane exit ramps, which I don't know if that's an oversight of the game or the devs didn't think of it. The exit ramp roads, you can't elevate those. If you're gonna make a bridge, right, it's only a 2-lane bridge. I don't know why they did that. I'll bet you they just forgot. Just didn't think people would be building super highways in this game, perhaps. So, if we're gonna do this right, these have to be on ground level, which means the highway needs to go up. Now, that's not a bad thing, though, because you got to remember, the train track Y is going to be right here, the junction. So see the tracks right there? Anytime you see these men at work signs, that's uncompleted railroad. And see, I have railroad over here. We're going to need a junction right here because the iron mine is right here. So I'm going to need to have some type of railroad complex right here. And the junction needs to be right there. Martin converted a Prime to a Tier 1 sub. Thank you, man. Yeah, Lost. Bringing up money is weird for you. I feel like if I started streaming or something, asking for money is begging, but saying you don't need to or it's up to you feels like making you feel bad and pay anyway. So, Block, everybody has their own kind of balance for that type of thing. I rarely ever bring this up. I only bring it up if it comes up. Somebody asks a question. I'm not saying this type of crap during a stream. I just want to entertain you. You know, that's where I draw the line. In fact, I've said at this point more times in the last like 3 months, I've said, guys, I'm good. You guys are taking very good care of me. I'm fine. I can fund this project for the car, or I can do this without that. And I've said, don't give me money, and chat does the opposite of that. Like, and now some people could say, well, you're playing reverse psychology. No, I absolutely mean it. I'm good. I'm fine. I don't bring it up unless it comes up. That's my rule. But if it does come up, I'm just going to tell the truth. The truth is that I make more money off Tier 1 subs. You're supporting me with a Tier 1 sub. You're supporting Twitch and me with a Prime sub. The cut's different. I'm not going to go into what the cut is. It's way better for me. Let me put it that way, okay? And because I have Partner Plus, the cuts for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 subs are very good. Very good. Yeah. Very good. But yeah, that's been my modus operandi for a decade, Block. I want to entertain you, and if you're like, oh man, this guy's pretty cool, sub. If not, don't. I will not take a sub out of pity. That's disgusting behavior, and I won't do it. You know what I mean? So i.e., I'm never going to ask. If I get to the point where I ask for stuff, unsubscribe from the stream. Unsubscribe, never come back here again. That's my rule. If I get to the point like, guys, I really need it, we got to put food on the table. No, that means I've done something catastrophically wrong and the stream is no longer entertaining. Okay? No subathon? I wouldn't be against doing a subathon, Spoiled. I wouldn't be against it. But the circumstances would have to be right.
This is space. I'm in space.
And dude, if the VOD still exists, you could go back to a stream from 2014, 2015. I would be saying the exact same stuff that I said then now. Some people have been with me for a long time that way. You establish a good clientele if you operate like this. I don't listen very well. Fluffy gifted 2, God with 100 bits. I don't know. Maybe we should do a subathon for September or something, because that's my 10-year anniversary of streaming. September 19th, 2025, I will be partnered on Twitch for a decade. Maybe we do one for September. I don't know. But what do we do? What do we do during that? Like,
Oh, this is
Twisted, 5 subs. Thanks, man. But I don't do subathons. I just give you guys long streams. Every stream is a damn subathon. I don't... Okay. Want me to be real for a second? Look, I understand full well that my job is playing video games. My job is playing video games and entertaining you with them. I understand that full well. I don't take that lightly. So if I'm going to play, if we're going to sit here and get paid to play video games, we're going to frigging play the snot out of these games. That's my rule. So you'll usually, now if you look last week, it's a little bit, I threw my back out, so I only streamed like 30 hours last week or something. Usually you'll get 50 hours a week from me, bare minimum, no exceptions. Yeah, that's my rule. That's another rule that I have. You got to be consistent. You got to be consistent. Being inconsistent means you're wasting people's time, and I don't like doing that. That's one of my rules. If you ever do a subathon, play KSP without time warp. That would suck. That would really suck. Are you running out of games? Great stuff will have to come out before September. Yeah. Hey, Ugg, what's going on? Ugg thick. I know it's UGC. I just like saying Ugg. Ugg thick. But yeah, that's my rule, guys. That's my deal. That's my unspoken contract with you. I also don't really take sponsorships. It's not against my standard operating procedure, but I have a thing about sponsorships. I don't like being sponsored by things that I don't use. It works for other people. In content creation, you find your own formula that works for you. I'm not saying everyone shouldn't sponsor something or other. Like, I only really want sponsorships from things that I use every day. Like, if I use Milwaukee tools in the shop, I have a Milwaukee impact wrench. If they wanted to sponsor the stream, I'd be cool with that, because that's something that I use. That's something I have hours in that I can recommend that's a good product, right? Or, you know, like this would never happen, but like NVIDIA, I have NVIDIA graphics cards. I like EVGA NVIDIA graphics cards. They don't really do that anymore, but you get the idea. I don't want sponsorships from products that I don't use. And I'm not going to pick up using a product for a sponsorship just because they offered me a sponsorship deal. I'm very, very, very careful about this. Yeah. I use Lincoln. I have a Lincoln welder. I have a Lincoln Electric, not Miller. Miller is good, though. But yeah, that's how I roll. Like, if Dodge wanted to sponsor the stream because I'm working on a Dodge in the shop on stream, I wouldn't have a problem with that because I drive. That's a car that I've driven. I know the car and I know the brand, right? But I'm not, like, if Chevy came in and, you know, if I like Ford and Dodge, I'm not the biggest Chevy guy. That doesn't mean I hate Chevy. I mean, I kind of play it up sometimes. But if Chevy sponsored the stream and I took a Chevy sponsorship, everybody would be like, what? No? What are you talking about? Like, come on. You know, if I, you know, have been using, like, I don't know, let me think about it. I have a DOS keyboard professional, and I've been using it for 10 years on the stream. If all of a sudden I was like, guys, Corsair keyboards are the best. They're the best keyboards in the business. People know I'm full of crap. I've been doing this long enough. Like, the people that have been here, they know me, right? They know, like, dude, you never use that. You know, like, come on. I don't do that. I don't do any of that. That's, I'll only take sponsorships from products that I've been using for at least, at the very least, a year. You know what I mean? You don't like Stellantis more so than Chevrolet? To be 100% honest, though, Tan, I'm kind of indifferent. I like all types of cars. I don't like, I mean, I center around old trucks and old muscle cars and stuff, because that's the stuff that I do like, but I'm not like against, you know, like if we somehow traded up and had enough money for like a Skyline, like an R32 Skyline, I love that car. I'd buy one and we'd work on it on stream. That would be awesome. I would do that. that's one of my all-time favorite cars, right? I'm not I'm not against doing that. But the thing is, Skylines are a lot of money. I want to work on an old muscle car and show people how cool they are. I'm not affording a 2-door Coronet, so we have 4 doors, you know? The barrier of entry with trucks in the United States is nothing. Anyone can get into buying a truck and having some fun with it. Because we make so damn many of them. There's parts everywhere. You're never gonna run out of things to do to it. I mean, sometimes that's because it breaks, but that's another story. It doesn't hurt to try different things and see how you like them as long as the sponsor is okay with you giving constructive criticism. Yeah, that's a very specific use case circumstances, Geek, that I haven't really run into ever. Most sponsorship deals now aren't even really a sponsorship deal, and then they pay you based off of how many viewers watch the segment, which is, it's not even like a sponsorship. Like, you just do, it's like you're running ads. That's what the terms of most deals are nowadays. I'm not doing that. I'm not subjecting you guys to that nonsense so I can make an extra buck. That's dumb. Not my style, dude. Say Husky sent you an impact driver for free. If something like that happened, level 1, I would be very, very careful to say exactly what happened. And if said sponsor has a problem with that, then we're not doing business. It's that simple. If Husky, say Husky, not that I have a Husky toolbox, it's nice, I like it. But if Husky gave me an impact driver and they're like, say, use this, and I couldn't like disclose to you in the terms that I got it from them for free, like they're like, no, don't say that. Say you bought it. I'd be like, nah, we're not doing business, man. I'm very careful about this stuff because I don't want to subject you guys to that nonsense. That's not fair to you. You guys have funded the stream. It's not fair to you. That's lame. I don't do that. I will never do that. If I do end up doing that, unsubscribe and never come back, because that means I've violated some core principles of streaming of mine. And once you start slipping, entropy sets in, and that's it. Your stream will start to get shitified, and I'm not doing that. I'm not allowing this stream to do that. I'll take less viewers. That's fine. I will take a lower paycheck to protect the integrity of the stream. I know this because I did when Kerbal fell out. It's fine. Whatever. It's okay. I'm good. Would you accept a ULA sponsorship? Actually, probably not, Lost. 1, I don't use their rockets. 2, there's no way you're accepting a ULA, SpaceX, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman sponsorship and and from there, not being able to give people an unbiased opinion. There's no chance. Heck, dude, I don't even have stocks in any aerospace companies. And I understand the aerospace sector pretty damn well. I could probably make some good money off of it because I know what to look for and I know the trends and stuff. But I'm not going to do that because I think that would compromise my biases. It would compromise my integrity in disclosing news to you. I find that very unprincipled and frankly disgusting behavior. I'm not doing any of that. Yes, Brimo and I had Boeing stock. We bought it after COVID when Boeing stock dropped 100 points. And when it came right back, we sold it and used that money to put a down payment on a house. I don't have any stock in any aerospace company right now, nor will I. But even when we had that stock, I told you guys. We bought the dip during COVID because Boeing's stock price isn't going down. What are you talking? It's never going down. Guys, they have some problems with the 737 MAX, but you'd be out of your mind. You'd be out of your mind to think that company is not like going to rebound in some way. Boeing Defense is gigantic. So, current events, no, I don't want to talk about it. You know those bunker buster bombs that were dropped the other day? Yes, those. Those were made by Boeing. We're not running short of those anytime soon. Just putting it out there. That stock ain't going back down. No way. This is not financial advice. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the game. The MOP, the GBU-57, yeah, the ordnance penetrator. Yeah, that's made by Boeing. Like, guys, you'd be stupid to think that that stock's not going to rebound. Boeing has their hands in the pie all over the place, dude. They do hit the ground good and hard, just saying that the ordnance does. Scrap what I said earlier. Your subathon should be reacting to NSF Starbase Live 24/7 live. I'll watch it. I'll watch Starbase Live with you guys for 24/7. I'd have to ask Das if he'd be cool with that, and Chris B. Like, we'd have to be sure. But yeah, guys, I have those principles. I don't, like, just to reiterate, I will not ask for subscriptions. I will not ask for money. If I have, I've been compromised. If any one of these principles that I'm about to tell you gets violated on this stream, unsubscribe and never come back. I'm serious. I'll never ask you for cash. Ever. I earn your subs. I don't ask for them. Okay? 2, I don't take sponsorships for products that I don't use. If I start getting product sponsorships and you've never seen me use something before, leave. Don't come back. Something has gone wrong. 3, I do report on aerospace news. I do not have stock in aerospace companies, because if I did and I didn't disclose to you as somebody that's reporting the news, I find that a big conflict of interest. I won't get in trouble for it. You're not going to get in trouble for it. But also at the same time, that's very that could potentially screw with people's perception of my judgment. If I all of a sudden start saying, "Oh, Boeing's amazing. This is great. SpaceX, no. Boeing's amazing," you'll know something is wrong. Right? You know I've been compromised. Those are my 3 rules. I don't break them for anything. All I have in this world is my balls, and I don't break them for nobody, Frank. And over that time, react to the entire thing. Don't question how that's possible. Yeah, block. And because you asked, over time, you build up repertoire with your community. You build up trust with the people that watch this stream, and they'll support you if you're having problems. I'd rather do it that way. I'd rather do it honestly. Let's try to avoid any imperial entanglements. You know, that's the right way to do it. I want to do it on my terms, and I don't want to be a charity case. Because once again, I'm sitting here playing video games. If I'm gonna sit here and get paid to play video games, we're gonna fucking do it. We're gonna do it right. I don't give a frick what anybody says. We're gonna play the snot out of these games, and hopefully you guys learn something from it. Anyway, I'm gonna get off my soapbox. Let's roll. So, how are we gonna do this? Swear jar when? Oh yeah, we should do that. I swore. So what we gotta do is gift the sub, right? Right? How do I do that? How do I make that happen? There we go. Let me find somebody that doesn't have a sub. There you go. Swear jar. Swear jar. I like doing this way.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
That's a good idea. We should do that way from now on. Cost me $5 for the swear jar. Rare to find someone with that level of integrity these days. This is one of the reasons why I respect you a lot. If I'm going to succeed in this business, Nader, I'm doing it on my terms. Yeah, I will not compromise in those rules. Absolutely not. Vic, enjoy your sub, dude. Compliments of my cursing. My derogatory statement. But don't you get some of that money back? Not really. Whatever the cut is, right? Gets off soapbox. I stare in puzzlement, wondering who's going to help me pick up the soap you've dumped when you took it from you. I didn't take the soap. I took the box.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Grim. Good morning. That's why you trust me. Thank you. Yeah. Dude, I was thinking about this, dude. I even get all wonked out when, like, I'm on NSF and they do a merch plug. Like, that's their channel. They can do as many as they want. But I'm just like, all right. You know? Like, I understand that's their channel. They run their channel the way they want. You know? That's totally cool. I don't have a problem with it. It's just like, I'm like, oh, yeah, I gotta do that. You know? I feel weird about doing that. You paid your boss to work. Odd. Oops, I had the game on pause there for a second. Hey man, been a while since I watched. What's up, Hedges? It's awkward when you plug merch. I don't know. NSF, like, that's a totally different beast, dude. That's a big, gigantic channel. You know, like, running those remote cameras is no joke. I've worked on the infrastructure setup at Starbase Live. It's not to be trifled with. That does, to be 100% real, that does take a lot of money to run those. But, I mean, guys, I'll be honest with you, profit margins isn't as much as you might think. Like, we're all just regular dudes. Even Chris B and DOS, like the guys that own the company, we're all just regular guys. Like, DOS don't live in no mansion, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like we're all driving around Ferraris here, dude. Most of the NSF cruise cars get the trash beaten out of it, mine included, you know? Like, yeah, Graham, I'd rather do merch that way. Like, if I have a Hawaiian t-shirt on, I'd rather make a joke about it, because that plugs the merch it plugs merch without plugging merch. That's what I like doing. Danger van. Yeah, case in point. Exactly. That's a good point, W. Okay, so what we gotta do here, what I'm thinking is, let's run the highway, first of all. Let's get our terrain tool out. Let's run off the center highway as best as we can. Try to get that thing as straight as possible. That gives us more or less the right of way. That's pretty dang straight. Cool. Now, let's run a center road. This center road is basically a guide. Let's see, distance to azimuth 1 on that side is that much. Distance to azimuth 1 on this side. So we were a little bit off center, but that's perfect right there. Okay, now let's get my, we don't need the measuring tool anymore. So now I'm going to build the right of way for said road. Let's go up here. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that this is the final position for the road. I'm just building the right of way for it. So we're building where the road is going to be. Remember to keep in mind that we also have the shoulder, right? So I build my highways right of way, not the actual road. The right of way gets built 7 wide. So that doesn't mean that the highway is going to be this big. This is just the area that I want to be flat for said highway. Okay? I don't know, LS, maybe. Guess where grooved runways came from. Racetracks? But yeah, like I said, dudes, most of the merch plugs on NSF is not to make us money. It's to keep the system going. I mean, nobody here is, you know, wearing around like an Armani suit. Nobody, we're just regular dudes. Like, look at Jack's truck. Look at the NSF truck. Like, we're just trying to keep the setups going. That's where most of the money from that comes from. Like, most of the money from like buying an NSF shirt. There's overhead for the shirt, right? But most of it goes to keeping the setups working. The bandwidth bills are bills. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so we can't make the exit ramps go up in the air. So we're gonna have to make them go underneath the highway. Now, once again, when we go to make this, we got to make sure that we're not making the hill, the downhill, or the uphill on the other side. We don't want to make them too steep. So let's go and start measuring stuff. I have a graded piece for the bridge right here. I don't know what we ended up setting the grade to, but we can check. Let's start here, and let's get the grade for the bridge. So we went up 25 feet in basically 800 feet, okay? Up 25 in 800. So if we do make this road split into single lane roads, right, and we measure 800 feet, do we have enough distance? Oh, it's perfect, dude. It's perfect. It's like it was made for it. All right, so what I'm thinking here, okay, take this road right here. Try to go as straight as possible with it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Actually, we don't necessarily need to do that. What we do need to do... actually, hold on. We're going to have to start digging here, but I gotta make sure the guide road is right. So, let's mark 900 feet. Go up to that azimuth. Go down to that azimuth. Try to get it right centered. There we go. All right. So now make the side roads here. There. And there. Make sure we save our work, because we've done some pretty intense grading here. You can have the bridge over as a regular two-way and then split it up after a dirt ramp to a single lane. There you go, Rarest. Yep. Well, I don't mind that. I don't mind doing that. You build a single lane bridge over, have the bridge go around down the slope right here, and then have it split right there. I'm thinking that probably would be the simplest way. That builds the least amount of bridges. Now, Noel, let's think about this for a second. Throughput. Is that enough? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Unless there's some weird, intersection read from combining two ramps into one like that. I think it should be fine. Jerry Bruckheimer apparently confirmed Days of Thunder 2. Nice. I'm sorry, is this a runway or am I seeing things? It's a highway? It's not a runway. That's the cool thing about Groove, but I don't think that was the first instance of Groove pavement, Grim, but it's cool to know. Yeah, because the space shuttle, the gear is pretty simple for airplane landing gear. I'm thinking that that's probably a good idea. Well, I don't hate it. That's... Okay, now what's the... If we're doing that, I think that should be okay for throughput, especially if we have higher throughput. I think that should be all right. You can split the 2-lane one-way at the end over the river into 2 single lanes and connect them into a single overpass 2-way. No, I understand what you're proposing. I get it. I understand. I don't mind it. I think that's actually quite good. Probably would end up being easier. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. What is the issue? What is the issue? There's no issue. I'm just figuring out exactly what I want. All right, let's build it. Let's see if I remember how to do this. So we're gonna have to cut here. And get rid of those. Actually, dump that for a second so we can fix that blank in the terrain. There we go. Okay, so if we're gonna do this, we're gonna have to raise the terrain. I gotta check the measurement. What's the throughput? So that's at 7589 to 50. So we gotta go up 25 feet. 25 feet over 800. Yeah, that's what we discerned before. So we start right here. We go up 800, and then right here, we start adding terrain. Oh, crap, we can't. Excavators are needed to raise. So let me go over here. We're going to do some funkery here. So if you left click, you can get that terrain height and then move this back over here real fast. There we go. Might leave a little trail of destruction, but that's all right. Okay, now what we do, because we have our profile marker right here, it's just, obviously we can't make it go up that road like that, so move that there, make sure that we're nice and aligned on that road, and here's what you do. There's a trick to making a good grade in this game. Give yourself a little bit of space right there, line that up as best you can with the marker, and build roads on the side. Now, once again, we decided that this is going to be a single road going up, but that doesn't mean you're not going to need extra room. So go here, and there's an auto grading tool. If the road turns yellow like that, you connect it. Oh, you need an excavator. Can I buy an excavator? 10 G's. Yeah, we can do that. If I unpause, though, we're not going to be able to move this. Why would you even mention him in here, Block? Who cares? What sort of systems were used in early spaceflight to guide rockets under ignition to orbit? You ever used a remote control car? That. Pivot 65, STS-65 was a shuttle program mission, launching on Columbia that launched from Kennedy Space Center. On the 8th of July, 1994, flight carried Crew 7 was commanded by Bob Cabana, who would later go on to lead the Kennedy Space Center. STS-65 was an international science mission that carried the International Microgravity Laboratory, IML-2, on a 15-day mission, which featured the first animals, Japanese rice fish, to conceive and bear offspring in space. Neat. Wait, what? So they played KSP? No, a computer remote controlled it, but the computer was on the ground. The big thing that Apollo contributed to the space program, Graham, is that they made a computer small enough to fit and light enough to fit on a spacecraft. Because the idea of putting your avionics on the vehicle before didn't make any sense. Why? Well, the vehicle, Delta V, right? The biggest contribution of Apollo was miniaturizing the electronics and making them light enough to a point where you could put them on a spaceship. That's a big deal. That's still a big deal to this day, because last time I checked, most things that fly nowadays have a flight computer on them. Most, you know what I mean. Not everything does, but you get what I'm trying to say. Last. No, I'm... Wasn't the computer huge? Yes. It took up an entire room. Why do you think they had a blockhouse? What do you think those big blockhouses that are built down at the Cape are used for? That housed the computer. Because you wanted it to be close to the vehicle. For bandwidth purposes. I'll have to unpause for a second, and... Which game is this? Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic. He's nice. He's very nice city builder. Custom house work different. Now they have a higher throughput? Oh, really? So like cities but communist. 355, that's not... Yeah, pretty much. But every city builder is inherently communist. Every city builder, because of gameplay purposes, is inherently a dictatorship. Like in City Skylines, you could just demolish an entire neighborhood willy-nilly because you feel like it, right? You can't get... The interesting thing is that you can't get away with that in this game. Bulldozing an entire neighborhood would kill you. Your city would fail. Which is kind of funny. Alright, now that we have an excavator in range, the excavator's going to dig out our grade for us. Note that I'm not making the road, I'm just using it to grade. Have you tried the early start? No, Ultra. No, I haven't. I decided to keep going with my Republic, dude. I've heard from the devs themselves that early start has a little bit of funkiness to it, that I'm kind of not about that life, you know what I mean? So sometimes to get the terrain to hold shape correctly, you know, add a couple of roads on the sides. Go 5 wide. There we go. That evens her out real good there, Clark. Do we know how big the N1's computer was? Or Starship's computer? No. Alright. So now, let's measure the grade. Okay, it's pretty close. A little bumpy up at the top. Down here, though, is really nice. Now what you do is you take your smoother tool on wide settings and just click a bunch of times. You want to get these lines ideally to be perfectly straight and equidistant apart, because that gets you a nice grade. But in some areas that does require some fiddling around with the terrain. There we go. Okay, so let's check the grade again. Ah, yeah. Nice and smooth. We could go over it, do one more pass with the smoother tool on big settings. Get it nice and smooth. There, now we got a nice approach. So what we do now, make the center road. Okay. We're not gonna need the side roads. We don't need that. I just did that to get the thing nice and straight. Now what we can do, right? Now what we can do is go in here and then carve out where we need, because we're going to need an on-ramp going on either side of this, right? So now you can smooth it on either side. Get that smoother tool out, or the flattener tool out, and just flatten it. It'll get you exactly what you're looking for. Because we don't need all that extra space. I just did that so we could get a grade correct. Now, normally I don't really get rid of that much. We don't really need that much. We don't need to get rid of it that much on either side. So I'll go back and give ourselves a little bit of smoothing here. On either side, because there's usually not an approach like that that's nice and thin made out of dirt. You usually want to give yourself some backing there so the thing doesn't collapse, or just build a stone wall. And that's what they do down in like Florida and stuff. They build a huge concrete wall right here and a huge concrete wall right there, and there you go. Now you have a ramp for nothing. It's just dirt. And just 2 walls on the side. Very easy to make. So, now what we do... Right, we go here, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And then what we do is we get rid of that center road, the center guide road. But don't get rid of it fully yet. Right? Actually, I deleted a little too much. Get that back here. There we go. See, we have the nice approach. Let's just make sure we didn't mess around with the terrain too much. Nice. We got a nice grade. Very good. It should be 25 feet up. Over 800 feet. 800 plus 25. Nice smooth grade. There we go. Excellent. Okay. So here's what we do. We're going to need an on-ramp that goes from here to there. And then we need another one that goes from there to there. And then we need an on-ramp that goes... Oh, hold on one second. I changed my mind. I want this nice and straight. There we go. So now, let's go over here like this. Build the road there. Build the road there. And now what we do is we build a ramp that goes from there. Nope, that's the wrong way. This needs to go like that. And then this needs to go that. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is get rid of those dirt... Really? Screwed it up. Screwed it up, chat. Make sure that's at the right distance next time, moron. I saw that it wasn't symmetrical. Now we get rid of those. Hello? There's a node right there. Oh. That's okay. That's fine. As long as it happens in symmetry, I'm cool with it. I don't mind giving myself a wider berth here for these, but these can only be so big. The reason why is we have to keep this, if we want it to look nice and symmetrical, we got to keep that corner. You can only make that corner so big. And I actually noticed that I screwed it up. Give me 1 second. The reason why I screwed it up is because that's 7 wide. That's not the highway. We need to... That's these road, that road right there and that road right there is the highway. This is just so we can get the right of way correct. We'll do it this way. Make that hug that. And then make it connect in. Alright, I won't make that on right there, because we still need the road, the guide roads over here for extending the right-of-way for the highway when we get to that point. So we won't make that just yet. Now over here, we're going to have to get rid of the guide road on this side. Because now what we got to do is build the bridge. There. Let me think about this for a second. The center road, I want an abutment there, so the bridge looks right. It'll automatically place it. What I don't want is an abutment over here. So, always build the roads underneath a bridge first in this game, because then when you go to make it, it'll automatically put the abutments in spots where the roads aren't. It put the abutment in the center. Now we can get rid of that. And there's a reason why I did that. I'll tell you in a sec. So now we build, once again, we build our guide roads for grading here. And now what we got to do is we need to build another set of guide roads right here. And once again, I'm going to leave the terrain mound a little bit high on purpose to watch. We do this, right? We set maximum radius You don't want to use a bridge. Bridges are costly and they take time to make. Dirt road, or road surface that's paved on graded mound like this does not take a long time. See? Look at that. It's pretty good, right? Now, whenever we do this, it always screws up the very top. It's just because I don't really leave a lot of room there. So we just do some little bit of custom work with the flattening tool there. And then we go through the center of this with the smoothing tool. Perfect grade, baby. Let's check it. It's pretty good. It's still a little funky up here. We can fix that again once in here with the flattening tool a little bit, and then go back in with the smoother. See? Nice even slope. And if we did this right, we should go down 20 feet. This is a little bit steeper on this side than it is on that side. This is 750 for 25. That's 800 for 25. That's okay. We have to do it that way. I probably should have measured 800 around to get this exactly right, but this will work. And there you go. Now, just in case I ever wanted to add another road, I'll keep it 3 wide like that, but I don't think we need to. Yeah, you know what? We don't really need to. I'll just leave the terrain like that. But then again, see, if you leave the terrain like that, you're going to need a holding road. You need the roads to mark the edges. You know? Because you can't modify the terrain on a road, or you can't modify the terrain underneath a road. So, I mean, that's probably what I should have done over here too. Just kept it, but whatever. It's fine. So now, I'll leave that wide. I don't think it's going to encroach on anything in particular. So now what we do, make sure that we're not attaching to the guide road. And we do something like this. We want to make sure that we're in a perfect circle, right? You make sure your radius is right in the center. So there you go. You got a nice radii right there. Or radius. Not radius, there's not 2. I know some of these roads are placed backwards. You can flip the direction after they're made. And there you go. There's your trumpet interchange. Now for some pathing logic for the vehicles, I'm just going to put split turnaround in here. Now we got to do the highway entrance to the border here, but that, yeah, we'll do that here. Update to the Subi. No start. I thought I'd bumped a wire and broke a connection. Further diagnosis reveals Subi's 342,000 mile fuel pump died. Next weekend fix. There you go. Cool. Yeah. extend the highway right away here. Once again, we go full 7 wide here, just so we have space in case we need to put something on the side of the highway. Give yourself an extra wide berth. So now we go back over here. And we have our center road. This ramp's gonna be a little curvy, but that's fine. Do 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, alright, hold on. Let me get rid of that for a moment. Yeah, the tracks are gonna put a little bit of a bump in the road there, but you know, that won't be that big of a deal. The train tracks are preventing me from modifying that node. Yeah, it's gonna make a little... It's gonna have a little bumpiness because we're right on the damn train tracks. But we might be able to get away with it, so... First thing that we do is go over here, connect that road, and start making the grade. Then we go here to here. Again. There we go. And just connect everyone to everyone. Now, see, this is where this starts to get a little weird because we have to deal with a little bit of encroached terrain here. So if I do that to there, it's saying the grade is okay, which is not right. So now we gotta get in here and do some manual work with the flattening tool. Just a little bit. Right? Get in there like that. Now, to make sure that this is nice and smooth, you go over it. You want to make sure these lines, the topographical lines, are nice and straight. If they're not, it's not going to be a smooth surface. Now, check it with the profile tool again. Go from there to there. Pretty good. That's good enough for what we're trying to do. Now, connect in my actual right-of-way roads. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, it's a little jank right there because of the train tracks. But that's alright. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Now, the two junction roads here. Here. There. Cool. That's exactly what I did over here. Did the same thing. Only I did it a little bit back. This is just a temporary route. That road's not going to be there. If anything, I will make this road curve this way, and then I'll put a bridge right here with some ramps or something. And then, so we make the road, it takes the same amount of time to manufacture every segment. What I do is right where the road starts to get flat, I put one of these in. Put a cross road there, cross access road right there. And then I put them every 400 meters. This is so during construction, the trucks don't have to sit there paving like a 6-mile long bit of road. Now, I put that one there because that's better access for all the dang ramps. So, the real split would occur right around here. You know what? We can get away with that. That's fine. There we go. Are all your highways the same height? More or less, yes. And now what we do is we can go in here and start back grading the rest of this. We start back grading all this back to where it was. And then we'll plant trees and make it look good. Give it a nice pass with the smoother tool, and there you go. There's an interchange. Planned out and ready to go. So NSF made it to last week with John Oliver. That's cool. You retiring, Nez? Oh no. How are you gonna wear your shirt? Well, that's good, Nez. You've been doing that long enough, man, I'd say. Just saw the AX4 as the launch date of Wednesday the 25th at 2:30 a.m. I'll be here. They got retiree shirts? Oh, that's awesome, man. Now we save our work. All right. Nice. 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 So this is like the most realistic city builder. You have to think even about construction vehicle access. That's right, Kai. You want to pave a road and the dump truck can't get there to lay down gravel and asphalt. Yeah, you ain't making a road. Oh yeah. Vehicle access has to be thought of, dude.
This is space.
Sneaky gifted us something as a dam. Thank you very much. What about Transporter 14? Well, when is it? I know I missed Kuiper this morning, and I'm kind of bumming. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we're covering that. Absolutely. Right during, like, right at Space News start time, baby. Transporter missions do take a second, so we'll cover the mission, and then we'll talk about space while the mission's being covered, because, yeah, it takes a long time to deploy all those small sats. There's an Electron mission at 3 a.m. Well, it's the last week before I go on vacation, so we'll grind hard this week. Let's do it. I'm in. We'll grind hard, man. Guys, just as another public announcement, I'm taking the first week of July off. That's my vacation. That is where I detox from electronics completely. I'm going to go... I'm gonna unplug and go be a normie for a week. But don't worry, second week of July, we hit it hard again. Kerbal, workers, cars, space. Sneaky, you gave a tier 3 sub to Nezo. Oh, that's pretty good, man. Thank you, Sneaky. In the case of the Mondays, you're going to have that first day back is going to be something. It will be a thing, for sure. There we go. Good. You turned the trumpet into a donut. You don't like donuts? What would you rather have right now, Sneaky? A trumpet or a donut? Yeah? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I'm gonna go off-grid Mission Impossible style. Yep. I didn't say I didn't like it. I know you didn't. I'm asking you which one you would rather have. Huh? Huh? You could have anything right now. Would you rather have a nice donut or a trumpet? You can't eat a trumpet last time I checked. Yeah, you learn all kinds of stuff here on this stream. Any idea when you think you'll be testing the post-Saturn vehicle? It'll happen sometime this week if I can get that far. It's going to take a second to build a vehicle that big, Connie. Really have to do a lot of structural testing to make sure that it works. Because that thing is going to have an insane amount of thrust. I don't know if Kerbal's joint system... we're going to have to make a pretty strong thrust structure. Like super heavy. It's got to be really strong. And don't get me wrong, that's not like, oh, well, you could just have Kerbal joint reinforcement. No, I'll make it. How much bridge clearance do you usually do? 25 feet, Willie. You know what? We don't need the outer holding roads. That's fine. We can get rid of them. Nice. 2 highways. And then this interchange is connecting them. Magic trumpet that makes a donut each time it's played, but since I can't play the trumpet, I'll starve. Yeah. Donut. Sneaky, you want a donut as a trumpet ruined your 5th grade experience. Waking up super early just to fail, and swap to percussion halfway through the school year. Thanks for bringing up that long ago memory. You're welcome. Give me 1 second, guys. I got a message. Might be important. All this talking to donuts is making you hungry. You're always hungry. Don't lie. Why are you lying to these people? Kind of surprised you aren't playing Captain of Industry. Launch a rocket, crash an asteroid into the map.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
We'll open up that can of worms when we're done with the current rotation of games. Hibbit, gifted a sub to Ultrasaurus. Thank you. Alright. Got a nice interchange. So what we're going to need to do is, in order to build the rest of this out with the train lines and everything, we're going to need another small depot. And then we're also going to need a gas station so the vehicles can refuel. Yes, you have to do that. I'm going to have to assign distro to that, though. Alright, we're gonna have to move the excavator and the 2 bulldozers down here. But I'm gonna need that area refueled, or else they're gonna go looking for fuel. I think that this area is okay. But yeah, moving down there, I'll still be able to edit. But the range on these things is about 1,600 meters, or about 1 mile. You can only work so... Like, you need to have bulldozers within a mile of what you're trying to move around. If you don't have bulldozers over there, yeah, you're gonna have a hell of a time. Trying to move stuff. You can't move terrain unless a bulldozer's within a mile of what you're trying to move. I'm thinking. Yeah, no, I got it or not. Yeah, I got you. No rockets in the end game right now, dudes. Would be nice. Yeah. What'll be our range if we... The bulldozers over here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got plenty of range. I'm gonna have to unpause for a second to get the bulldozers in the excavator up here. In the meantime, yeah, we're gonna have to unpause for a second here, just so we can move the bulldozers and all the equipment up here, so we can work with them. And then you know you have to have logistics and supplies. So I put a little small gas station there where they can fill up, because every time you terraform, it uses fuel in the bulldozers. So we are unpaused here for a second, so you can kind of see gears moving and stuff. Donuts, trumpets. Man, I played a trombone. Give you a cruller. Fair. What are we researching? Firefighting helicopters. Technical University is researching geo facility. Okay. Woo! Rain. Lovely. This is a depot, train depot. My train construction depot is here, and my regular train depot for storing consist is here as well. That reminds me, Violent, if you're still there, I haven't checked that yet. I haven't checked the dang when to hit play. We're gonna be planning for a little while. Can't see me. Yeah. I like to do 10-year plans in cities, or in workers. This was the first 10-year plan. I didn't get all of it finished, but we're going to start planning the next one, and we're going to start planning the next city. I got to build another one over here because we need a, there's an iron mine here, and then we're going to need a steel mill. Phase 1 did have a lot of coal. There's a gigantic coal mine over here. That's what this is. It's hard to tell, but yeah, the coal mine is there, and yeah, I'm telling you, man, we might need another city for that, but that's another story. So I'm building out the phase 2. Game started in 1960. Yeah, but we have to unpause so I can move my vehicles up. That's the only time we'll be unpausing for a little bit. We don't have the money to buy trains right now, yeah. What track is this bozo trying to work on? That one? Oh, yeah, okay. Kind of worried about ruble count right now. Hopefully we can export. Oh yeah, I sent you a birthday present. Hopefully you saw the notes on the side. I have not opened those yet. How's my construction doing? We have a lot of idle construction vehicles, so what I think I'm going to do... like that. Hey, Chief. Anything special planned for vacation? I have a destination wedding to go to. I'm not saying where. But yeah. And then I do believe Brimo and I are coming immediately back from that wedding and then hosting the 4th of July party because I live near the ocean. So don't think that this vacation for me, guys, is gonna be some cakewalk. Comrade, you need tourism. Maybe. We could probably get away with tourism here, but there's not much really to see. Happy birthday. Thank you. Alright, well, let's see. Can we modify the terrain, or is it going to say we're out of fuel? Oh, no, we can do it. Excellent. April 12th. Good day to pause. I like how your deer brush is an army of peasants moving. The crazy thing is, Jockey, is that that brush works that way with the depending on the amount of bulldozers you have in range. See, it's there's 2 bulldozers if you zoom in, right? There's 2 of them. If I had 5 of them in range, you'd see 5 of them working here. If I had 1 in range, you would see 1. Crazy part about that is, if you have more bulldozers in range, your terrain tools actually work faster. So if I had 20 bulldozers, this would have gotten done a lot quicker. The amount of... See, look, over this side, see, I got 4 bulldozers in range, so they work a lot faster. The amount of bulldozers that you have in range is entirely dependent on how quickly you can move the terrain. Pretty neat. Such a nice touch, dude. It absolutely is. It's the little things like that with a game that make... That's what makes a good game, dude. Because if they paid attention to the little details like that, you know the big details are right. That's one thing that I really look for with new games nowadays. Little things. You cast your mind back to when we played Roadcraft. There's a lot of little things missing in that game. That's a dead tell right there that the game was rushed. Because nobody makes a grading game where the bulldozer doesn't work correctly. Right? Unless it was rushed. You look at a game like GTA or like Red Dead, the freaking horse takes a dump. You can watch the horse take a crap. You can see the horse's nutsack. And it shrivels up in the wintertime. That's what I mean. Little things like that. It's little things like that that you can really tell they took the time and care to make the game right. Yes, a horse's nutsack is a good telltale sign of this. Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Grand Theft Auto. Your character walks up a staircase, they put their feet on the stairs. It's not just a walk cycle going up a staircase. Each step, the character puts their foot on, flat on each step. Watch. Walk up a staircase with a character in GTA. Their feet will pick up on the steps. It's not just them walking up the stairs. It'll look like someone walking upstairs. It's little things like that. You know, if your character is on a street corner in GTA and you walk up the curb, they'll walk off of the curb. It's little stuff like that. That's how you know you're dealing with a game that's well made. I'm serious. It's little things like the amount of bulldozers in range. That makes a big difference, dude. Little bits. That's right. Yeah, I got a lot of gravel. If you're doing Apollo stuff in KSP, I recommend Blue Dog Design Bureau. I don't take recommendations for mods, Kai. Yeah, I don't do that. If there's a use case where I need a mod, I'll go and find it. But yeah, I don't do recommendations. I like playing the game the way it is. It makes for a more fun challenge. But with that being said, Blue Dog is awesome. Yeah. Blue Dog Design Bureau is great. Hey, Demon, 14-month resub. The heck? Why isn't Cam starting up? Hold on. Why? Where is Cam? Hold on. Oh, crap. Windows uninstalled Cam? Are you kidding me? I didn't do it. NZXT. Damn. It's hardware monitoring software. I had it installed. It was working. The only reason... Sorry, guys. The only reason why I had a little bit of an interruption is because that's how hot it is in the office right now. I'm worried about the computers at this point. It's above 90 in here. That's what it is in C. Inside. That's a problem. That is a big problem. Crap. I just noticed it. I'm like, man, it's getting hot in here. What's the toe? And don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I know it's hot. Like, that's why I'm sweating like crazy. But also at the same time, if it's 90 in here, that computer core is probably really warm. You've been playing for this game for some time now. Is it worth spending the money? Clayton, I'm not sure this is your type of game, dude. I thought you had AC. Yeah, Jim. Yeah, I turned off the air conditioner. I turned off the air conditioner because I'm worried about my computers getting overheated. Does that sound like that makes a lot of sense to you, Spocky? No, the air conditioner's on. It can't exchange the heat that fast, dude. Well, I thought you had air conditioning. I do have air conditioning, you putz. Sorry. Jim and I speak New Englander to each other sometimes. Get a bigger one. Oh, geez. Yeah, you're so smart. You should work for NASA or something. Are you melting yet? It's 30 degrees Celsius in here, Bree. It's 88 Fahrenheit in the garage. This is not great. I'm kind of worried that I'm gonna fry a computer. How's the heat coming off? Oh yeah. Is the AC on?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's on and it's blowing cold air. Get a bigger air conditioner. Man, you guys just have all the solutions, don't you? Sounds like you need more insulation. This office is insulated to current code, man. I had my general contractor help me insulate it, dude. I have R48 in the ceiling and R18 on the sides. It's insulated. It's just we can't exchange the heat fast enough, dude. Well, insulate it better. Yeah, definitely got a little bit of a problem here. It's a wet heat down here. 92 feels like 102. I don't know how that makes this cooler up here, but, you know. Thanks for letting me know, dude. Get the fan out of the shop and have it move around the air more. Be able to move the screen about a little bit so we can get. Current code does not mean sufficient. Code is min spec allowable by law. Yeah, okay. Yep, yep, okay. You're not, okay, let me explain this better, because clearly you missed that one. It's good enough. It's good enough. It's good enough to keep this place 70 Fahrenheit in the dead of winter. Okay? It's got good insulation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, I don't, do I need to be any clearer, or? Tell your neighbor to toss his lawn clippings onto your roof. Man, you guys are just coming up with all the good solutions. Didn't you miss us over the weekend? Whatever. Computer doesn't seem to be doing anything bad, and we're not dropping frames, so we'll just keep an eye on it. Alright, so how are we going to do this? I'm not sure I like going right across there. I don't think we have enough. I don't think we have enough here to make the train tracks go down under. Down under. On a nice grade, mate. I don't think we have enough of that. And nor do we have enough here to grade the highway up because of the ramp right there. Have a small desk fan blow on it. That should help the PC. What, like this one right here? Did the AC coil frost up on you? No, it didn't. It's just... Guys, it's not a big deal. I don't mind the heat. I'm just worried about the computers, that's all. Because if I fry a component, then we're basically screwed. Sounds like a good way to dump the PC heat outside. Yeah, God, and to be honest, fellas, these are all good solutions. That either solutions that I've implemented or not. I don't. Okay, I gotta be more careful with my words. Guys, that's not a problem that we're solving right now. So right now, we just gotta keep an eye on it. I just gotta make sure. If we start dropping frames, or if the computer starts locking up, we'll know it's too hot. The solution to monitoring the PC to make sure that it doesn't get too hot isn't ripping out all the insulation and making sure that its thermal coefficient is good enough for the room. That is not the solution here. That's not going to solve any problem today. And we got to stream today. Do you understand? Does that make more sense? You know, like, I got to be careful, that's all. With that being said, the air conditioner was on 68, so I turned it down to 65. It's on low. It was on low power too, so I flipped it up to I flipped it down to the lowest temperature and flipped it up to high power. So we'll see if that fixes anything. The AC wasn't on its maximum coolant. Now it is though, and I can actually feel it. We'll see if the temperature starts to drop. But now what we got to do is now we got to do is think about how we're going to get the train tracks to go here. Now, we're going to have an iron mine here, right? My electric bill is going to suck, by the way. Let's see. Got ya. Any thoughts on shade cloth? I'm not sure what that's going to solve, Aqualex. What do you mean, shade cloth? Duncan run for an iced coffee. Yeah. Just curious. There's no windows in here, dude. There's no light that gets in here. This is just straight heat because of the metal. Actually, what's most likely going on is the door that I have to the office is not... It's not an outdoor door. It's an indoor door, so it doesn't have good insulation. Because I got that door for cheap. So probably most of the heat is seeping in from the garage itself, if I had to guess. And it's extremely hot in there. But I have towels all over the, in the door jambs and stuff. I have a bunch of stuff over there. Not helping. Temperature's going up. But yeah, I just, for right now, like, I'm not replacing the door, right? So you just got to be a little bit careful with it. I'm trying to think about how we're going to do these tracks. The AC is dumping the heat outside. It's dumping it through a dryer vent that I built onto the that I attached onto the back of the office. Swamp cooler isn't going to do me any good, Willie, because a swamp cooler is essentially a humidifier. Swamp coolers are great if you live in a dry climate. It is 60% humidity right now. It's not really going to help me. Just an idea, don't get mad. Okay. What if you put a timer on the AC to turn it on a few hours before? Dude, the AC is going constantly, man. It's the only way to keep this place cool. I'm thinking. Aqualex, that's probably why it's pulling from the garage, dude. Because it's blowing the hot air out. It's blowing the hot air out and sucking air in through the door. Damn. Twin pipe would make a difference, yeah. Let me go get my fan from the garage. I'll be right back. Holy crap, it is hot in there. Whoa. Dude, I got blasted with a wave of heat opening the garage door. It's gotta be like 35 C in there. Easily 95 degrees. Like, easily. That's ridiculous, man. Can't believe that. So, here's what we did last year, I remember now. I put the fan on top of the air conditioner, and hang on. No. There's now a fan, a giant floor fan, sitting on top of the air conditioner, blowing cold air this way. Ah. Get in the air? No, not really. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure this out, dude. I really never got around to cleaning out the entire office. Maybe I'll do that vacation or something. I don't know. I'm almost thinking, guys, take the train tracks and make them go this way. Because if I make them get a run this way, right, that'll give me more space for them to go down and underneath the highway. And that'll also give me access to if we put a junction yard here for the iron mine. No. I don't know. Maybe we should design the iron mine first. How big is your office? I don't remember the dimensions, dude. That doesn't work for me, Newell. Sorry. I can't click on that because I have a Discord standalone client. I don't have it on the web. A heatsink? Yeah. Jeez, I don't even want to know what the shop computer's going through right now. That's probably not great for it being out there in like 100 degrees. Oh well. Go shut that bad boy down. I mean, Newell, I'm not really interested in solutions, dude. I'll be 100% honest with you. I can figure it out. I just, by the time it becomes, here's how this works. By the time it becomes a nuisance, right? The seasons change and it goes away. And then I don't need to worry about it. Right? So it's not annoying enough. I'm just worried about breaking the computer. One of these computers is a little old. You know? That's all. Yeah. It's fine. Don't worry about it. F2, Eutychus. F2 pulls up the terrain. F1 pulls up the grid. F3 is underground view. Yeah, no problem, dude. The nuclear option is just getting a heat pump for the whole damn shop. But, I don't know. More or less, Kuro, yeah. Dude, this trumpet came out really nice. It's a nice interchange. Pretty happy with that. This looks like a job for the runway tool. Yeah. Now, we got iron here, but does that mean we're going to, what are we going to do with the iron ore? Let's check the market here. Iron ore doesn't go for anything. Steel goes for something. So, I don't know. Should we do iron ore and then build a steel mill over here? Probably a good idea. Yeah, Aqualix, my brother-in-law's an HVAC dude. Don't worry about it. I got the HVAC stuff under control. Yeah, thanks, man. I'm sure he could get me one secondhand for even cheaper. That's why. Don't worry about it. I have iron right here. And what I think I want to do is have the highway kind of go over here along the riverbank and then go down here eventually. And then we have enough to build another city over here for the steel mill, right? And for the steel mill and the iron mine. The other way to do that would be to just have the highway go here and then build the city here and have, building the city on the banks of the river actually could be kind of. But then again, I kind of like having the highway there and then putting the city up against here. Because then we could build it up into the hills, which would be kind of sick too. We have options. Steel mill needs a lot of coal. Well, if we build out the gigantic coal mine over here, then we ain't gonna have a problem. Temperature's going down in here. Do you have enough fertile land? Yeah. The whole map is fertile land for the most part, dude. NASA has an SRB test fire scheduled on the 26th. Yep. I need water. Let me grab something to drink. Tora Bruno posted go for cryotanking last night. That was for Project Kuiper. That launched this morning. I don't want this hill here. What's today's goal? Well, I'm back in planning mode, John. I'm planning the NATO side of this, and then I think I'm going to build another city over here, and then eventually I want to work on the proverbium entrance over here, because that has oil, coal, and iron basically next to each other. I'd like to build a big industrial area over there. Like to. EJ and Flattening, name a more iconic duo. So, yeah, the highway has to go up. It has to go up by about, let's see, what is the train track at? Train track height is at 40. Highway height is at 50. So we got to go up 15 feet. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. All right. Let's make that happen. $15/800 is going to keep this very, very smooth. Gonna make it really easy to make this. Yeah, there we go. And that will give us the right of way for the tracks. The tracks will go, I'll have the tracks cross here. They'll curve We'll have the bridge right here. Highway will go over, tracks will go under. And then we can junction right here. And that leaves me space to put any iron mine accoutrement over here. We could flatten this area and then build something over here for access in there if we need to. Yeah, that's how we'll do this. Easy peasy. Also, the temperature is going down in here with the fan. Is air quality a factor in this game? Yes. See the pollution up there, up there? Yep. There we go. Need to make sure this is right at 65. 65.86. Perfect. That's good enough. Leave a lot of extra leeway. Now we just got to make sure the measuring tool is going. Is nice and lined. Okay. Cool. Now what we do is go right here. Nice. All right. Start our grade. Once again, you don't need to build the roads, just use them to grade. Because the highway needs to go up a little bit here so we can get the train tracks underneath it. Gotta do some custom work in here from time to time. There we go. Check the profile again. Yeah, I made it a little flappy. Gotta even out all those curves. Right up to the top. There we go. Go. Now the track's got to go right through here. I always like to give more of a right of way than I think I need, guys. Because, you know, maybe we want to make the tracks bigger in the future. So give us a right of way for 4 tracks going underneath here. Why not? What's it gonna hurt? We have the space, right? Like, we're gonna have to go right to the riverbank. Dang, that sound is annoying after a while. If it's bothering you guys, let me know. I'll shut it off. Alright, so now let's get a train bridge. Once again, I'll build the provisions for 4 tracks, but we don't need 4 tracks here. But I'll build it. I left the provisions for 4 just in case, but I don't think we need it. Cool. I'm just gonna lay in 4 tracks wide here so we can get the right of way. So when I go to make this look better, because I flattened a lot of terrain. I flattened way more terrain than I really intended to. Once again, we do not need 4 tracks here, but build for them. Why not? What's it hurt? It doesn't hurt to build 4 wide, just in case. You know, this is going to be a major railway artery between east and west here, so wouldn't hurt. Now goes to the Republic. Very nice. Very nice. Grain's good. There we go. Are we good enough for our 7 wide thoroughfare? Nope. Okay. Gonna send it a bit more over here. The bulldozers are so much better in the 1970s compared to the 1930s. Yeah. That's not exactly aligned. That is. Okay. 7. Killer. Now for the highway, we'll just do the outside roads initially. That's it. In case we need to do any additional modification, I'll just leave the extra tracks in there. In case we need to change something. I don't think we need to, but in case we do. It would have taken you 10 minutes to do that terrain change? Oh. You know what? We'll leave that in there for when I go to modify the terrain again. The bridges need to stay. Because I'm going to fix all this. Cool. Oh, yeah? There we go. Okay. All right. Now I gotta go back in here, and we gotta... Really gonna need to fix this. Because I flattened way more terrain than I really needed to here. We're going to learn about something today in Glorious Republic that you might not have heard before. It's called environmental remediation. Okay, now I know this might be a new term to some of you, but we have to make sure environment is not... Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm just making this look nice. It's good to be a bunch of hippies. What will be the next source of income? Well, one that makes us money. Hey, Chris. Chris, everything's going well, man. How are you? See? Like we were never even here. Actually, that doesn't really look right. There we go. Yeah, just shore up that riverbank, make it look a little bit better. That flow does not look right at all. We're going to sit here, make river look very nice. Happy times. So if I go over here, bring the tracks back in like that. And then just for a second, get rid of the bridge. I can fix the terrain up in here. And we can actually make the bridge shorter. Did you fix your back out of curiosity? Apparently, I just hung upside down on an inversion table for a little while, and whatever I did, Sea Kraken fixed it. I have 0 back pain. Not even a sore back. 0. I don't know if I, like, knocked something back into alignment or something. Like, I definitely felt weird, being on the inversion table for that long. But, yeah, like, 0 back pain. Nothing. Don't jinx yourself. Been like this for a couple of days, man. Sorry, I wanted all the supports to line up. Cool. Now we can tuck in the edge here. No more bench pressing axles. Brett, please. Fine. There we go. Doesn't that look nice? We'll plant a bunch of trees in there to appease the hippies. That's what I'm talking about. AX4 in the middle of the night, Tuesday to Wednesday. Yeah. So what you're saying is that inversion tables are great. I should look into getting one. Will you live for the Kuiper launch? I slept through it, man. Temperature is not going up, but it's not going down either. But it's not going up. Are you planning a harbor? Over there, Pigeon. Not on this river, no. Having trouble deciding where I should go with that. I'll figure it out. I'm good, Bob. Yeah, I got nothing. I don't even. It's not even sore. I don't feel it anymore. Like it just feels fine. I hung on the inversion table for a long time. I wanted to make sure I was good for this week. I really don't. I basically took last week off, not by choice. I don't like doing that. Screwed this up. Crap! I screwed it up. I moved over one grid spot. This whole thing needs to be redone. It's okay. It'll be easy to remake. I forgot I lined the highway up on the grid. It's lined up on the diagonal grid instead. Five lanes? What is this, filthy capitalist? Yes. Don't tell nobody, comrade. Are you serious? Screwed up those two. There we go. One more little thing that we could do to save some cash. Just make that bridge a little bit. Make it just a smidge shorter. Offsetting the bridges like that. Save us some money. And once again, leave the center open in case you want to expand. Now that our tracks are in position, the road is in position, tighten it down. Where's the iron mining town going? In this area here. Now I gotta figure out where I want the highway to go, dude. What height do you leave above tracks for clearance? 25 feet is what I found that the game likes. In meters, just in case. 7 meters. 7.5 meters. It's a lot. That's way higher than what it is normally. I don't want that hill there. Your hill. We don't want it here. Use the runway tool. Oh. I know that the mine building is correct. Good. That should give me enough for a rail junction for the iron mine and whatnot. We're gonna need to build a small offshoot from the highway right here. Small bridge that goes down there. We'll build it right here. Alright, solid progress, dudes. That's good. We're gonna be blending for a little while, guys. Like, we're gonna basically build out a whole nother city over here, and I'm not even done building out what we wanted to get done from 1960 to 1970. But, whatever. How's the temperature in the office? It's 87 Fahrenheit in here right now. Why are our citizens so unhappy? I don't know, Vince. I just finished doing something in-game. I don't remember. You check your hardware temperatures. They could be better, Erst. They could be better. Red Platoon, 47-month
Discovery,
resub.
go and throttle up.
Enjoy heat or face wall. Is it worth planning your road maintenance snowplows to have easy access to the stretch of highway? Yeah, of course. I've done that previously. That's why my whole road depot's right next to it. I might end up putting one of the snowplow depots in here. In this area. But that does look really nice. And this gives me enough breathing room for the iron mine and stuff. If not, I can also redirect some of the tracks too. It's not an issue. Cool. How far can we terraform out to? Nice. Nice. Alright, we can go pretty far. Now, I'm just trying to figure out what we want to do with the highway. I think I'm going to have the highway turn. But I think I'm going to make it go to here and then turn that way. But if we did that, I mean, we want the highway to ideally snake through right here. If we were going to do that, it would have to happen somewhere right here.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why can't you make an appointment with the librarian? She's all booked up.
It's too hot. It's too hot for that, Ethan. It's too hot. Stop it. Stop it. Hi, Vigan. How's the back? I'm fine. I rested a lot over the weekend, dude. I'm good. I can do this. If I tried to do this last week at this time, I would have fallen over. You should be starting your new job today. Congrats. Well, get air conditioning then. Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Oh, this is space.
I don't know.
I'm in
Thought it'd be
space.
cool to put a that there. Hey, God gifted a sub to Swear Jar Games. Oh boy. There's a little bit of a, like an inlet right there, so, yeah. How's the temps over there? This is in the office. It's not great. It's not great. I'm sweating my rear end off. I'm worried about the computers overheating, but it's okay. That's broken. It's in the wrong units. Oh, and for the people that can't do simple calculations, there you go. You know, I know math is hard with you lot. It's fine. It's fine, Sam. 31 in the office. Thanks, pal. I got you, man. Is that rust from the fan? Oh, it is. I was just noticing, like, my arm is cut. No, it's not. It's just marks from the stupid fan. Because the fan was in the garage when we were welding and stuff and grinding and stuff. I was like, why is my arm all scratched up? It's not. It's just marks from the fan. Why is it so hot with my air conditioner? It's not sealed up to the shop. Can't see me. It's just too much for this. It's a 10,000 BTU air conditioner. It's too much heat. The metal building just makes too much heat. Heats up the air. Air conditioner can't keep up. I have other solutions, but honestly, it's not too bad. I'm just, like I said, I'm worried about the equipment more than anything. It's not bad for your tires. You just really don't want it to stick, but yeah, it's not. You know what? I changed my mind. I don't want these bridges here. Filling in. That bridge thing would have been cool, but it's aesthetic at the end of the day. It's just there to look nice. Because in reality, if you have a bermed highway next to a river, you'd want drainage like this. But the thing is that I don't think I have enough room to make an interchange here. I don't have enough room to make an interchange here that for, you know, accessing this area off of the highway. The other hand is we could make the ditch a lot smaller. That might give us enough space. I would like to do another trumpet interchange here, and then, believe it or not, like another one right here. Because that's what we really need. We're in a tight gap, so if we put a trumpet interchange like basically a mile down the road, like right here, we leave the threshold for the border. Actually, a regular interchange here would probably be a good idea. Regular interchange that connects into that road, so that road isn't by the border. And then we have a road that goes this way, over here, crosses the tracks, and then comes down next to them. Or, well, it doesn't, we don't want it next to them because we got to design the iron mine. But yeah, I ideally want an interchange like right here, and then I want an interchange right here for getting off the highway. But I want them all spaced out because it keeps traffic flowing nice and good-ish. A louvered vent fan near the shop ceiling would likely do good. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, dude. It's just, trouble is implementing a solution when I work so much, dude. I'm basically, my schedule, I'm booked for like the next 2 weeks. I have every hour freaking planned out 2 weeks, dude. Because, yeah. Because, yeah. I'm like, yeah, just super busy. I have no idea when the heck I'm gonna do that. Stream the work. I don't really need solutions though, fellas. I know how to fix this problem. It's finding the time. All right, guys, it's 4:30. I'm gonna give the computers a break. I'm gonna give them a break, and I'm going to take a second here before we get up for space news. The fan is creating suction, and it's pulling the screen. It's pulling my entire green screen back. Yeah, so we're gonna give give the computers a little bit of a cool down here. Hang on. It's Is that buffeting the mic at all? It shouldn't be, but it might be. Cold air is blowing right into the fan now. Yeah, I'll try to vent the garage heat, dude. You might be getting a little bit of buffeting, but it should be okay. All right. So, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to go grab something to eat, and I will see you guys in about 30 minutes for space news. We're going to start space news basically with the Transporter 14 mission. So we got a SpaceX launch here in about 55 minutes. I'll be back in probably 2030. So I'll see you guys in a second. I'm gonna try to get the heat under control here, and yeah, we'll see where we go from there. I will be back momentarily on YouTube. Stand by for about a 30-minute loss of signal, and on Twitch, just chill here and enjoy the tunage. We'll be back momentarily. Thank you very much for watching.